Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It is June 7th, 2022, at 6 p.m., 6:02 actually. We are in the lower theater. There is a Zoom link on the agenda that you can click on. As a point of information, we will be having an executive session tonight for a legal update for the board. There will be no action taken, so reporters won't have to hang around and wait for an answer. That being said, I would like to call this meeting to order. The first item on the agenda is to approve the minutes of May 17th. They're in your packet. Do we hear a motion?
Make a motion to accept the minutes of May 17th.
And a second?
I second.
Motion made second to approve the minutes of May 17th. Is there any further discussion, corrections, et cetera, et cetera?
Yeah, there's a correction needed. On page 2, it's actually number 1. But in back on page 2. It says, North made the motion to approve, blah, 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 seconded by North. That's not right.
Okay, second, you same motion, you're right. That's correct.
So I don't know who seconded it. I think maybe Rick. Which one was that?
The very top, the second page, with the motion in italics. Bonnie made the motion and she seconded it. That's what it's going to say, but it's not correct.
Yeah.
We're trying to figure out who, anybody recall?
That was a motion to approve the community gardens there on 66.
I think I may have seconded.
I think you did.
All right, we'll stand corrected on that. Anything else? Seeing and hearing none, all those in favor to approve the minutes would say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Carried. Next item on the agenda is addition to the agenda for routine administrative matters and or pressing matters that will require ratification at a future meeting. I have none. Scott, none. Anyone else on the board? Moving right along. Public comment on items not on the agenda. That's 3 minutes per person. Orders, I don't see anyone. Someone trying to get in.
I'm getting 2 people now. Hang on a
I don't
second.
see anyone. Anyone out in TV land there? Have any comments? Hearing none, seeing none, let's move on to.
I do,
Rebecca,
I have one.
second.
I have just a
Yes,
question as a citizen, not as an RLF committee member. Would the board like to see the RLF loans on a monthly basis, or do they typically see them on an annual basis? We discussed this
Generally quarterly,
quarterly, okay.
we get one generally.
And are you happy with that, or would you like to see it monthly just to track people that are maybe falling behind?
I would prefer monthly, having seen what I've seen on the committee on the RLF. If people fall behind, it's better to know about it sooner rather than later.
Okay,
I think
Alright.
that's just one thought.
okay.
Anyone else, comments? Okay, so noted. And you can give them to us monthly if you'd like.
Okay, so do you know when, so that would probably be next month?
The next one would be,
update you.
is the
Or so we
every
would need to get that
July,
on
so
the,
you
okay,
got a whole month to get it ready.
thanks.
Will that be a problem for you, Alyssa, or is that easy?
All right, next is the manager's report.
Thank you. So I handed out some information to you that relates to one of the projects that's going in this current 3-year update to the transportation plan. So you might have read some stuff in the paper recently about projects for DOT projects. This one specifically is a bridge project. You can see sort of the location, where we're at with it, timing and schedule. It shouldn't be that terribly disruptive in relationship. There is a detour. It won't start taking place until 2024, so obviously we have time. The current tip is under comment period, and there is a June 13th Zoom meeting for comment that we're going to be joining for a couple of purposes for projects that are of importance to us. One of those being, if we hear from New Hampshire, we would like to have some indication in our tip as to the Vermont portion of the Violas Bridge. I did speak to the folks in the Southwest New Hampshire Transportation District. There's their MPO that has been working with their 10-year plan. Originally, if you remember, we talked and they said that back in May, they would be taking up the legislation. They're running a little bit behind in New Hampshire, so that when I spoke to their senior planner this week, he said that it'll more than likely be approved in June. So at this point, there's been no modifications to the submission. So we still are anticipating that the Violas project will go forward from there. And then certainly we want to make sure that on the Vermont side that we're getting in line for the appropriate funding for the other portions of that bridge so that that can move ahead. So be that as it may, the other thing is in that 3-year window, and the Bike Ped Committee might want to participate in part of this as well, there is no projects identified for Rockingham or Bellows Falls for any kind of additional bike or pedestrian upgrades. So if they're interested in trying to get some consideration, that would be the time to try to get a comment in during that public comment period if potentially they wanted to add something within that 3-year window. It's much harder to go back after it's adopted and have them modify the transportation plan once it's been adopted. So, yes.
Scott, I'm on the Bike Ped Committee. We're meeting tomorrow morning.
Okay.
What summary would you give me to how soon do you need a comment?
Well, we're gonna, like I said, if somebody wants to join us on the 13th, I'm waiting on the video link for that,
Okay.
for the particular, for that comment, as well as they'll take written comments as well.
Okay.
But I think it makes more sense to try to do it during that video portion.
All right.
So we'll have that on there.
We do have a couple small projects in mind.
I think it's good to have, then that's definitely timely to try to get that and participate in that as well.
Same, just as a advisory notice that I believe it's June 20th that the bridge over the Saxon River by the Coopermans is going to be closed off. They already got detour signs, so it's probably going to impede the biking out in that area.
Yeah, the motorists.
Unless they want to plan to do the Eagle Knievel jump over the river.
Right.
Well,
There's no way you're going to get there from here. It's all going to have to go over the back Westminster Road.
and I believe it's 2 months, I think, is what they're
2 months,
anticipating.
60 days is what they plan.
Yeah.
Starting when, Peter?
June 20th, I understand,
Right.
after alumni weekend, so that's gonna kind of mess up the July 4th and Saxon River.
Yeah.
Traffic winding their
inconvenience.
way back and forth over the back Westminster Road, ought to be real fun.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Even us coming into a meeting in July is gonna be interesting, in August.
I'll let the fourth committee know in Saxon River they should.
Yeah, just so if they have any plans for out that way, but that shouldn't interfere with trying to get anything on the project or anything, so.
And the only other sort of update, just for your information, is during, and you have an item on this evening about Old Home Days, and the fire department had asked to also participate with a boot drop. They do collections for the department. That would be from 8 to 6 on the 6th, the same day that they're doing the fireworks so just as an FYI, we've done it the past couple of years. It's not anything that's out of the ordinary, it's just more for your information, so.
Saxon River also does the boot drop. Now, I know Bellows Falls always applies for permit to do it. From what I understand, there is a state mandate that they're supposed to ask for a permit to do it on any public right of way, so. Like Bobby Bad, I can probably email Amy and just remind her, and maybe get a word to the department. It's just a formality, but they should do it.
Yeah, it might be a courtesy notification. I've never gotten an actual permit from them on any of these things, but we can certainly do that, so.
Okay, any questions for Scott?
Is there any hope of someday having silent fireworks? Has that ever been discussed?
Silent?
Yeah, they have fire displays that don't make a big loud noise.
I don't know, I guess that's the first time I've heard of that.
Oh, really?
I don't know. I suppose it's like anything, we could certainly talk.
As far as I know, the Old Home Days are still planning on the fireworks, as far as I know.
As of now, they're still anticipating.
Saxon Rivers has declined because of the cost.
Prices have
Almost
gone
double the cost out
Right.
there, so they won't be doing it. But there is a state statute that says that anybody who wants to shoot them off privately, they have to get a permit. And it's usually generally issued through the town. Scott and I discussed this.
Oh, yeah, I know, and in my neighborhood, nobody's found and they're all shooting on. But the big fireworks displays really upset, the wild animals, the birds, people's dogs. There are silent ones, it would be really a blessing.
That takes all the fun of it. Brent wouldn't be happy.
People like the big.
He's gotta have those big boomers.
Yeah, well, I just thought I'd say it
Yeah.
anyway.
In that permit for fireworks, private ones, is there a fine if you, or is it just a fire, is it a fire department fine?
Because I know in Stickney's Field, they shot them off one year, and it was that dry year.
Mhm.
And we could just see that whole field catching on fire, and God only knows where it would go. And nobody could go down there. We drove down there, but there were 50 people down there, and I says, there's no way I'm gonna accost that crowd and tell them they can't shoot them off. And you couldn't, and who do you contact? I mean, you call the sheriff's department, they say you have to call the trustees first. It's crazy. Nobody takes responsibility, so maybe this year will be different, I don't know.
Isn't
like a
that how the
firework
house
thing.
on Barker Street burnt down?
Right.
That house on Barker Street that's burnt, didn't it burn up on 4th of July fireworks?
It's
I
actually on the
can't remember
third.
whether it did or not. I don't think it was a result of
I don't think it
fireworks.
related to fireworks. Unfortunately, I think it was kids.
Yeah, it was kids.
Okay, no further questions for Scott on the report?
What's that question, Eli?
Yeah, go ahead, yeah.
What is the timeline on getting together an RFP for the roof and the windows on this building?
We have an engineer coming to give us some additional input into the weight reduction, and then also what options are available to us for a new membrane, as well as can we structurally support some sort of solar array or other type of, well, actually it would be a solar array. That's another thing that we could potentially do for a sustainability project. So we have a contract with an engineering firm. We're hoping to get those details worked out so we can put together a scope. So hopefully it should be done through the summer.
Okay, great.
I have a question for you, Scott. A couple of months ago, you said you were working to find a possible new vendor for the tech support.
Yes.
You spoke to some people in Keene. I saw costs us, what, $2,600 a month or something for that?
We had a couple of people interested. We met with one group, the tech group, as well as the group out of Keene. The Keene group could not come up with a full proposal. They were not capable of handling all of the different pieces of our network. Since then, we have met again with Dominion Tech. As a matter of fact, we met with them today. They do have a new technology person as well as a new person that they assigned to our account, who's sort of our tech, in-house tech guy. He's a major improvement over where we were. So from a staff perspective, the staff is much more satisfied. We talked today about some strategies about looking at moving off of servers, getting into more cloud-based applications, and some other alternatives that'll save us some money. So I think we're moving in a positive direction right now with Dominion Tech, so let's see how that progresses. Yeah.
Thanks for the update.
Yep.
Okay, anyone else? All right, let's move along to the agenda. The first item is to review and update the cemetery mowing and contract and birdhouse proposal. Scott and I did meet with the most people last Friday, and I'll let Scott take it from there.
Yeah, so we did meet with one of the principals. We didn't, went over a few items just as I think he was a little bit naive as to how government works in relationship to paying bills. So, there was a lot of back and forth in the paper about what his invoices were, how he was paid or not paid. And basically, we cleared up all of his issues in terms of how he has to submit invoices, how they're expected to be paid in our process. So I think he understands how things work on the municipal side. The other thing we did do is reviewed his agreement, because as you guys remember, when we did offer up the proposal, we had put into the contract a certain number of mowings and trimmings in the year. So there was 10 mowings and trimmings and 4 mowings only, plus the cleanup in the spring and the cleanup in the fall. So he did the cleanup. He fell way behind, obviously, on the mowing and trimming, and had not caught up. And so this week he is scheduled to do the Meeting House, which he has been at, and then he was supposed to go to Cambridgeport and then Saxon River. And the goal is, as Peter and I talked to him, is we wanted to have him cut all 5 locations within the month of June, at least one time per week through the month, to see how that handles with weather and grass growing, and we'll see how it looks as we approach the 4th of July. Typically after that, it starts to get a little warmer, grass doesn't grow as quickly, and you can start to stretch out maybe every, 14 days to 3 weeks, kind of, you can start to stretch out that window. So we'll see if he can keep up his schedule and maintain. He does have crews and equipment and manpower, and so we'll see how he does for the next month.
I did tour visiting the Meeting House. That's been mowed. It looks pretty nice. The only thing that didn't get mowed was the bank, over the bank, that steep bank between the Meeting House Road and the top of the hill. So Scott sent them a map showing where they should be mowing. Trimmer work over that, because there's no way you can put a
You can't really
machine on
know,
that
it's
hill.
too
It's
steep.
just too
Like
steep.
right down straight.
Exactly.
And they were mowing Saxon River this morning as I was going in to pull in the truck. They were going right at it, so that should be done. So with that underway, they should be on a regular rotation. We've also mentioned to them the tomb area out here on 121, as you're coming in. It hasn't been mowed, and I think they thought that was a park area, because Eric Clark used to mow that, and it is technically part of Oak Hill. So they'll be mowing that. Hopefully they'll stop at the town line in Westminster and make theirs look like, that's their problem, not our problem.
So we'll see how he performs. Like I said, we've I think at least cleared out all the initial concerns. So now it's just a question of weather and performance. So we'll see how he does. Now, the
I
good
know
news-
this winter, I walk at Oak Hill very often, and there was tremendous trees down and everything. The spring cleanup was a big deal for them, I'm sure, more than they ever anticipated. The roads were horrendously rutted. You couldn't even drive in on the dirt parts, and the trees all down.
It gets into the longer term question, and Elijah came to my office and has raised the issue of, are we maintaining the cemeteries to an appropriate level based on, we had some historical photos of some of the previous maintenance, and it's quite frankly, it's nowhere near the level of what it had been maintained in the past. We don't have a maintenance plan per se. What you see is what you get, and that is the mowing and 2 cleanups. That's basically our maintenance plan for the 5 cemeteries. We don't plan or program additional capital monies. If there's things that are broken, I guess we do it on an ad hoc basis, as Bonnie says, when there's bad weather and we have lots of trees and other types of debris down. That's sort of handled in those 2 cleanup periods. We have a tremendous number of stones that are overturned or out of place, and quite a few of them are older and probably need to be handled by people that are skilled. It's not just you can just hire a contractor with a winch on the back of the truck and just have them haul them up. I think you'd end up with all sorts of problems. So long term, it's an issue that we'll have to look at in more detail as we talk about budget and how we're going to think about this as we go forward. So it is not an area that we have funded in the past, and if those are some of the things the board wants us to look at, we'll certainly come back to you with types of activities and some other things that might help enhance the looks of the facilities. And like anything in the budget, there's always competing priorities, but we could certainly at least bring it to your attention as we go through that process.
I think there's a lot that we could do. I think the cemeteries are in deplorable condition right now. It's really a shame that we've let it get so far, but there's just never been any plan of how to deal with them. And, we can't just let them sit there and just, the stones just fall into the ground. These cemeteries are a big part of our heritage, and they're extremely important to, represent the people who made this town, and we should be stepping up to honor that. And the way they've gotten is just not acceptable. And Walter Wallace is here tonight, actually, and
Yep, he's got his hand up.
the Historic Preservation Commission has been looking at this problem lately, and I think that we could really use the support of the select board to move this forward and try to make some real difference in the condition of our cemeteries.
Another thing, I know from walking so much at Oak Hills, people come from long distances to find the grave of a relative,
Most
a
certainly do.
grandmother, something like that. I've encountered people very, very frequently wandering around there all befuddled that, trying to find somebody's grave. And it is bad to have it look like we don't care about the cemetery here.
Something for us to look forward to,
I think that we
planning
need
the budget.
to
Yeah.
think about,
Seriously.
Yeah.
yes, and I think that we need to think about who's in charge of the cemeteries, what kind of plans, do we have to address this? I think that we should look at forming a cemetery commission. I think that we need to really seriously think about this.
I think you would need to do it that way as it stands right now, it's really just the mowing contract. There isn't really anybody
We do have a sexton in the cemetery that does have the budget.
Right.
that does that. Who's the section of the cemetery?
Malcolm Potter, he's been there doing it for years. If he sees something that needs done, I can tell you right now that the chapel up at Oak Hill the roof is gonna be replaced free of charge by Jones Brothers.
Oh, that's nice.
So when they get to it, they're trying to get my roof finished now. but
Yeah,
they
I
gotta
know,
get
tell
that
me,
done first.
do Peters first. Yeah, and the little gazebo needs work and stuff like that. But I think a committee would be really good. And, you might be able to get a lot of volunteers interested in a spring, spruce it up.
And we
or
have
something
been
like
getting a lot of volunteers already, and Walter actually could tell us more about.
Yeah, we'll get to that. He's a section, I think he's the next
I
one.
think he
up
wants to
anyway.
comment on the cemetery issue.
So,
Yeah.
okay, we got that done now. There's a-
Comments on the cemeteries? I think Walter had a specific comment about cemeteries.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, Walt.
If I may, just let folks know that as part of the community conversations that the Historic Preservation Commission and the Rockingham Meeting House Association have scheduled back in March, again early in May, one of been looking at the future of the meeting house and some of the issues around ongoing conservation restoration, knowing this is a very expensive proposition over time, and we're trying to figure out ways of how to do it with National Park Service funding sources, and to address not only the meeting house building itself, but the larger national.
Okay, break. Hate to interrupt you, but you are breaking up. We're only getting about half of what you're talking about.
Okay, I will. Sorry, a bad connection perhaps, but there is a group that's meeting on December 8th, on June 18th at 9 a.m. at the meeting house. A group of citizens who have stepped forward as volunteers to look at how we can proceed in conserving and restoring the meeting house graveyard. It's part of the National Historic Landmark. We have a $7,500 grant from the State Office of Historic Preservation, SHPO, to help us develop and provide training for volunteers to do some of the simple assessment and simple cleaning of some of the smaller headstones, many of which are falling over or have fallen over. So this group is going to be looking at how can we best organize ourselves. Stay tuned for some workshops, probably done in not only association with the National Park Service, but also the Vermont Old Cemeteries Association. It's going to be a collaborative effort, and the effort is to try and restore much of what has literally been tumbling down in a nationally significant graveyard and cemetery. So I just wanted to people know that that is underway, that there is some movement in the direction of addressing. And I might also point out, and you may recall at the last select board meeting, approval for the town Republican committee to do some volunteer work around the meeting house, in exchange for time to use the meeting house for the regular monthly meetings. They were up there, they cleaned an entire hedgerow. They did all kinds of work on the grounds and on the historic landscape. So we're starting to make some volunteer effort to try and deal with some of the issues of the graveyard up there. I just want to make sure that we're aware of those issues. Thank you.
Like his microphone isn't picking up. Yeah.
Well, thank you for what we could hear anyway, Walt, which was not very much.
Oh,
So
well, sorry.
it'll pick up on the next item here.
Knock on the door, yeah.
Okay, let's move on to item number 2, which is consideration of $10,000 reserve for the Rockingham Meeting House Historic
We
Structures
have to do the
Report.
birdhouse.
Before we jump, Peter, I know we've added the item just from Peter Bergstrom about the birdhouses. I just wanted to
Yeah,
not necessarily get a permission, but just if there was any consideration from the board, just to get back in touch with Peter. He had asked about these and just wanted to see if there's any feedback from the board before we moved on.
I think it's a great idea, and the fact that the kids are building the bird boxes and that he's installing them, and bluebirds, cemeteries are great habitat for them. They like the open space, so I think it's a great idea.
Yeah, it's a beautiful idea.
well, if there's a consensus of the board, we can have Scott contact Mr. Bergstrom and give him the okay.
Yep, I just wanted to make sure there was nobody with any other concerns. Okay, very good.
All right,
Thank you. for
now
that.
let's go to item 2, consideration of $10,000 reserve for the Rockingham Meeting House Historic Structures Report.
So I just included in your packet just some background information, which Walter has been working through with some of his activities out at the meeting house. And as I think people sometimes get a little frustrated by saying, well, we've had various reports on conditions of various pieces of the structure. What this is going to do, and this is a requirement of some of the higher level grants that we're pursuing for some of the larger projects at the meeting house in order to be eligible, for example, for Save America's Treasures grants or grants that might fall within some of the Department of Interior Section 106 type of responsibilities. You really have to have this completed and vetted, and most of the time it has to then also go through your state historic preservation folks, which I'm sure will also be a participant, which then sort of puts you in a better position to then go forward and request some of these higher end grants, which is part of what Walter is trying to do to start offset some of the larger costs of some of the major renovations, things like foundation work, updating the plaster and finishing the plaster work, doing some of the woodwork within the actual inside the building. Some of those types of things, some of the roofing, and then ultimately even looking at not just the structure, but also, as he talked about, the entire, 3 or 4 acres, I don't remember exactly what the meeting house property is, but looking at some of the other things there, the Hearst building, the graveyard, and then the other pieces that encompass the entire meeting house property. And what it'll do then is, he has a proposal, once if this is approved, he does already have some money from donations and from other sources that he'll then put together with, potentially with some of our money, if it's necessary, to finalize. He'll go out for proposals, he'll have a company or a contractor who will come in then and do this work and then provide a more comprehensive report, which will then be the foundation for the next phase of his funding stack, which will be, he's asked for congressional directed support from our state senator, or not our state, from Senator Sanders' office, as well as he's looking to try and receive a Save America's Treasures grant, which are very competitive, but are also much more lucrative in terms of the amounts of money that you can receive to help with some of the projects that he wants to accomplish. So this is another step in that process, and with our 10,000, if it's not necessary for this phase, because he just doesn't know yet, we don't have bids back, or proposals back, then potentially the $10,000 could be then used for his match, which will be required of whether he gets a State of America's Treasure or other types of grants, all have a local match requirement. So then he could use that 10,000 as part of his match. So your money would not be necessarily sitting idle. It would then go to work on the next phase. So it's just an opportunity, I think, to move that along.
It's got a $25,000 donation. Will that go to the town, to is there a commission that, or Walter's group? Where will that land?
Well, I think that went through, I believe, the association, if I'm not mistaken, and Walter will administer that as part of this historic structure report process. But it's in our, I believe it's in our funds now. Yeah. I think Walter's back. And he has a new headset on, so maybe we
The
can.
headset on. This work. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, a little better,
A little better,
Walter.
Walter.
Give it a shot.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you very much, Scott, for a very nice outline of what we're trying to accomplish right now. I can say that that within the last couple of weeks, besides receiving a $25,000 anonymous donation towards this project, we also have $5,000 that has been put forth by the Preservation Trust of Vermont, as well as another $5,000 we have for a window assessment. We have another grant from the State Office for Preservation. So we have a total right now of about $35,000 in hand. An RFP is out to a number of engineering firms, architectural, historically oriented firms that work on structures like the meeting house, like our meeting house. And the RFP is out for what the National Park Service defines as a historic structural report, which follows a very set pattern of assessing the condition of a building. We have a lot of, can folks hear me?
Yes.
Or am I just
Yeah,
going
you're
on?
doing all right.
Okay.
We're getting most of it.
Okay, good. I just wanted to check in rather than keep going on.
No, good thinking.
The historic structure report will bring together a lot of the individual assessments that we have. We've been doing this kind of piecemeal over the last few years. The intent of this report is to pull all of that material together, as well as any new findings from field study on the part of engineers, so that we have a really good handle as to what really needs to be done to stabilize the building, so that when we do the replastering, or not the replastering, but the plaster restoration, that it's not going to result in cracking plaster 5 years down the road. We want to make sure that this time around that the building is for the next 100 years. There was the 1906, 1907 restoration conservation effort, and it's time now for another, if you will, 100-year restoration, get ready for the next generation or two. That's where this is coming from. I'm not quite sure at this point. The RFPs did go out last week. I've already gotten some calls from potential contractors seeking clarification, offering, asking questions. I've been responding. Hopefully by July 8th, we will have several proposals to choose from, and at that time we'll have a better idea as to what the actual cost for the HSR will be. Oh, and this is also something that is under the auspices, or this is part of what the Historic Preservation Commission is overseeing this whole project. So I think once we have a better idea as to how we're moving, we'll make a more formal presentation to the select board in its advisory.
Okay.
That is the commission's advisory.
Good, so that being said, any other questions for Scott before we get for Walt, before we get a motion on the floor? Someone would make the motion to do the 10,000 reserve for the meeting house historic structures report.
So moved, I move that we, do the $10,000 reserve for the, Rockingham Meeting House stuff.
Do you hear a second?
A second?
Motion's made and seconded to set up a $10,000 reserve for the Rockingham Meeting House historic structures report as matching funds if needed. Just one question, follow. I'm assuming we have the funds available in the budget somewhere.
Yeah, I was just gonna ask where it's going. It
Okay.
won't come out of the reserve fund, that's separate?
I think we still have building maintenance funds, so I think we're still okay with operating monies, so.
Okay, everyone have the motion in mind? All those in favor would say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Motion carries. Next item
Thank
is
you.
to approve.
Thank you, Walter.
Thanks, Paul.
Thank you.
Approve the letter of intent for the road grants and aid program. There's an item in your packet.
So the state has various programs that we participate in, and this is a municipal roads general permit for hydrologically connected municipal roads. And what it does is provides state monies, and then we have to do a local match. Attached to our letter of intent, you can see that we're eligible for $48,000 in state money, and then we would have a $12,000 match, so it would be a $60,000 project. We work with the state. They have identified various locations that we would work on, so we work off of a list in coordination with state engineers. And so basically, this is an opportunity for us to leverage the state money. We have not identified a specific project yet with this, but we, like I said, we worked with them. I think the last time we did this was Gaskill Hill Road, if I remember correctly. I think that's the last one that was done under this particular program, but it's that type of work. So it's ditching and improvements for drainage.
Okay, we will need a motion to approve the letter of intent to participate in the municipal roads grants and aid program. Someone want to make a motion?
So moved.
A
Do I hear a
second.
second. And authorize the manager to sign said document. Any further questions for Scott?
Scott, will this fund any new culverts possibly, or culvert replacement?
This one particularly is not, usually not for that. They don't normally resize. Sometimes they'll do some culvert work, but like, for example, Leach Road, or there's other sources that we'll look at for those, because they're a little more expensive and a little more involved. So this is really more for ditching and just general improvement. Yep.
Okay, motion been made to approve the letter of intent for the road grants and aid program. No further questions. All those in favor would say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Motion carries. And here comes a good one, folks. Approve the equipment purchase for a loader for highway. Good news or bad news, if you want to call it, is in your packet.
I don't normally do this to you because I like to sort of, work these things through. My concern with this is we had talked to these folks way back after the winter season, back in early March, and just wanted to get a cost on what the replacement would be as we were working through budget and other things. And so that came back, and then most recently I asked Andy, well, just give me an update since it's been a while since March, and the prices had already gone up $5,000 since the price that we were quoted in March. And I was told that they're going up another $5,000 in July if we don't place an order. So that made me a little nervous, thinking that if I waited till our July meeting, it'd be at least another $5,000 for this to go forward. We do have money in our equipment fund for the budget for the coming budget year. The only concern is timing of when this equipment could potentially be delivered. Right now, this particular location is telling us that they're being told it could be 6 months to 9 months to get delivery on these loaders at the moment. And that's without any additional supply chain problems which might crop up between now and whenever this thing is actually manufactured and made available to us. So with all that as a background, we do also have a trade. If you notice, as part of this price, you do get a $50,000 trade on our existing equipment. It is past its 20-year useful life. It's well past its number of hours of operation. We've spent in the last 3 to 5 years some pretty substantial capital monies to keep it running, just because these are some of the workhorses of the highway department, so they do a little bit of everything. You know, they're involved with loading heavy materials, they load salt, they load sand, they do all sorts of a variety of heavy construction type activities. And so this is really part of our winter storm operations, as well as seasonally, it helps us with just all of the operations that we do that relate to the work that we do out in the ditches and other places in town. So this is one of the key pieces of our highway infrastructure. So with that being said, I thought it was important to try to see if we could at least approve this so that we could get in touch with the vendor, have our order in place prior to the next round of increases. And that would lock in our price too, so that additional increases, which seem to be coming every 3 to 6 months now on this equipment, won't also then impact our price as we go forward. So it's really sort of a hedge against inflation, if you will, which is why I brought it to you this evening.
This is something that we already budgeted for, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
It was on our replacement schedule. We had talked about it as part of our highway equipment list.
Right.
I just, unfortunately, because of the way that the prices are increasing, I thought it was important that we try to beat this next round of price increases.
What's the warranty that comes with this?
Well, there's different warranties on different pieces of this. The traditional warranties on this are usually that they'll give you 5 years on powertrain and some of the hydraulics and some of the basic pieces of it. You can buy extended warranties that can go out beyond that. We have not, as a normal court, normally we have not done that. They can get rather expensive the farther you go out on some of these additional enhanced warranty periods. So.
A friend of mine who works with this kind of equipment said that the right to repair, the number of items that our in-house diesel mechanic can touch is now shrinking, and that his company has to pay the big money to John Deere or Volvo or whoever to even do even small repairs. Are we subject to that kind of stuff?
Well, I think we're lucky in the respect that the guys that are out in our highway garage are pretty good at figuring out, especially as it relates to our plowing equipment and our attachments. The heavy duty stuff like the hydraulics and some of the, we replace hoses, we do the simple stuff that's much more involved. When you get into some of the heavier duty work, we've got to go back to the manufacturer to get that work done.
Yeah,
and it's expensive.
It is.
It is. They're expensive to run and maintain, but again, they're part of the workhorses. They really are, one of the critical pieces of what we do for the highway department.
And will we be using the premium AM/FM radio with Bluetooth and all that? Is that a necessary bell or whistle, or is that?
Well, they do use the Bluetooth quite a bit because, again, we have radios, but not everywhere in town has good radio reception, and sometimes it actually gives better communications for them to be able to use
Your cell phone with
a cell phone with Bluetooth.
Okay.
Especially when you're out in some of these more remote locations, you get down in the dips out in Rockingham, and you're just not in a place where you're going to get
cell reception.
Right.
Anyone else have any questions? Someone would make a motion to approve the equipment purchase and have the manager sign the appropriate documents.
So moved.
I'll second.
You said it already. I don't need to repeat it.
Get all the motions tonight, that's not fair. Jesus. Motion's evidently been made and seconded to approve the equipment purchase for the loader and have the manager sign all the documents. Any further questions, comments? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor would say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Depot Bridge Funding Update, Vermont General Fund Bridge Program. This is the off-alignment bridge.
Yeah, it's not very often I get to come to you guys with good news from our friends at the federal
Yeah,
government.
yeah.
It's just literally dropped out of the sky, but I thought in this case it was important enough to bring it to your attention, so. Back in 2020, we signed what is, our typical agreement with the state about bridge replacement, and there's a local share, and then there's a federal share and a state share, and as we talked about the cost of the off-alignment bridge, there was quite a bit of concern from the board, and rightfully so, about just how much money are we committing to this project into the future, and it's still being designed by VHB, and just as a sort of a secondary comment on that, I have asked them to come and talk to you in September. So they are approaching their 60% design, and then after that, they'll be approaching, by September, they'll be at a point where they're getting ready to go out to bid. So before they get the final design, I wanted them to come back and give you an update as to some of the considerations that the board had asked about. So you can also see visually some of the things that have been built into the design, as well as anything that we want to discuss or potentially modify prior to the final design being put out to bid. So what this letter did is the state, because again, they've been receiving additional money from the US Congress, was able to fund our local share of construction for the town match. So, for example, on this traditional agreement, which we have signed, we'd have been responsible for 10%, right? The feds would have paid 80%, the state would have paid 10%. We'd have been responsible for that last 10%. They're now paying for everything except the engineering and the right-of-way. So these are the old cost estimates that I attached, just for, just for your information, but as you can see, that town share potentially on the off alignment could have been $500,000 or more based on some of these numbers, at least 400,000, and we can probably assume with inflation it's closer to 500. So what's happening now is the state's jumped in and will be picking up a vast majority of that share. So now you'll be looking at, just from an engineering and right-of-way standpoint, a substantially lower local contribution. So I would think our contribution would be 80 to 100 grand as opposed to 400 to 500 grand.
Wow, that is tremendous news.
Before you start clapping.
Is there bad news too?
Well, I went back into all my historical documents here, and the previous one, the total cost was somewhere around almost $8 million. And now this has dropped considerably. But you know what I noticed? The old one says, there is a pedestrian bridge. These figures are not, those figures aren't on here.
Yeah, I was gonna ask about that.
Well,
But
again, this is the old numbers that went back to this old agreement. You won't have a new set until he meets with us in September, because he'll
Well,
updated construction.
That's what I said,
Right.
it's good news in that respect, they're gonna not pay less, but, because they don't even include this, the option that if there's issues with the dam, we have to close down, they haven't included costs for that stuff, that's stuff that's gonna be on
But
town.
again, engineering and right-of-way is the only thing that you'll be paying for, and those are pretty much fixed costs, right? They're not gonna be the larger pieces like Peter's talking about, where you might have additional costs within construction.
I just wanna
That's
make
being
sure
picked up
that
at
we
100%.
Cover our bases on that. because-
So,
And the pedestrian bridge, because we decided not to put pedestrian on the off alignment pedestrian bridge over the canal, is covered.
well, because we put utilities on the pedestrian bridge,
Yeah.
if you remember, it's covered.
Yeah.
That was the key consideration for that.
And
So
also, we
that's-
couldn't do both, though.
They did not support doing both.
And since the pedestrian bridge is a smaller undertaking than a traffic bearing bridge, the likelihood of damage to the canal, particularly when they drop I understand they're gonna drop a large bridge structure in with a crane, right?
It's all crane, right, they're gonna build, right, they're gonna build abutments, and then a crane will lift sections into place.
So the likelihood of damage to the canal is much, much smaller than if we had vehicle.
Let's hope they have a good crane operator.
Exactly.
If you remember, the last crane operator we had in town didn't go so well.
We saw what happened on Jackson Street too, with the tower there,
So
when it went the wrong way, so.
Yeah.
I'm hopeful.
That can happen.
Yeah, I'm
But the
hopeful we have
pedes- well, the-
somebody.
Excuse me, but the pedestrian bridge is not gonna cost us anything,
Not gonna be part of construction, so it will not be part of our local share.
so we don't have to pay for that.
It wasn't originally planned in the first part anyway, I don't believe it was all in there, but I just noticed that some things are on the old
Yeah,
thing are not on
yeah.
the numbers, and I know this is maybe preliminary, but when you see big items like $500,000 for that pedestrian bridge, it's not on there, you begin to wonder, did they miss something?
Did they
or-
just forget about it, or they
Yeah, well, there you go.
putting that
yeah.
aside? Yeah.
All of those
These
particular
are-
items.
Yeah,
These
and the
are the
contingencies.
early numbers.
Correct.
These have even changed even before we got to the last set of numbers that we saw.
Right,
So-
these were attached originally to this agreement. So really what this letter is modifying this agreement. There will be, I'm sure, another modification to your agreement, which will have the new set of numbers when we get to that point. But I just wanted to give this to you, just to give you a sense of, what they're picking up. So for us, in terms of the fiscal impact, this is a huge deal.
It really is.
It alleviates a huge amount of additional costs where we probably would have had to gone out and bonded for that additional.
And if I've been remembering right, we were looking forward to paying off some old bonds before we had to really tackle this one, right?
When we looked at our
There was-
bond, our debt schedule, there was a dip in yes, as we were going forward, because again, the construction for this won't occur until probably, I think we're gonna finish design in 23 and bid. It probably will start the utilities will start in probably late spring or early 24, and then it'll go through 25. So
Right.
there
So-
would be a drop off by
So,
the time
so
we
we
have the
should be
bond.
looking forward to fairly comfortable situation then after we deal with
Yes and no.
that existing debt, right?
Well, I mean, we also have to think about Bridge Street Bridge. I mean, we
Right.
talked about
Right.
putting money aside in our next budget
Right.
for these bridge projects, so that we don't get hit with a huge
Right.
issue all at once. So putting 10 or 15 or whatever we can aside into the bridge rebuilding fund, I think we should still think about that, because
Oh,
we have
yeah,
other bridges to go. We're lucky, we don't have to face this one, but that's just one of many.
Yeah, this is, again, I don't very often give kudos to our federal friends, because more often than not, they're creating headaches for us, not helping us. In this case, it was a tremendous help. Wow. So it really was great to see. And on the Bridge Street side, we talked about this, we've gone through the first phase of an enhanced request through our regional transportation group to have our Bridge Street Bridge listed as one of their preferred capital investments for, I think it's in the next transportation plan. So we made the first cut. Now we have to see if it goes forward as a fully funded proposal. Because again, the state has additional money. If that's the case, then potentially we'll be in a good position to line that bridge up right after this project is done, to jump right into that. So that would be good news. And then if we do get Vilas, again, if you remember, Vilas doesn't start construction until 28. So it would literally just go from Depot to Bridge Street to Vilas. So by the end of the decade, if you're an optimist, you could have 3 brand new bridges. And for the rest of our lifetime and probably our kids' lifetime, they won't have to worry about replacing bridges over the river.
That's great.
So.
The other thing that crossed my mind was of course, the state owns that parking lot down there. A right of way over the town highway over that. And if there's any contamination there, who's gonna get stuck with that? I imagine somehow, I envision a bargaining chip going on here between, they'll give us a right of way, but we're gonna have to eat the cost of, which technically isn't the way to do it, in my estimation, because it's the owner of the property that's facing
You're talking
cleanup,
about
if there
Depot,
is any
Peter, or
in
are you
there, we
talking
all know
about
there
Bridge
is
Street?
some.
Are you talking about Depot or Bridge Street?
Depot.
Depot. I don't think, at this point at least, and again, it's a little premature because we won't know any more about specific items until we talk to the engineers in September. But at this point, there has not been any conversation about additional town participation in additional costs. So I'll keep my fingers crossed that we're in the clear here.
Okay, any other comments, questions? Okay, let's move on to another hot topic. Consideration of approval of RLF funds, loans. There appear to be two of them in your packet.
Yes. The RLF committee has met on a couple different occasions and had presentations from both of the applicants, and has forwarded for the approval, or seeking approval from the town board for two loans, which you see attached here. And I think, I don't know if Rebecca Warren, she's here, she's part of the discussion, if there's anything you wanted to add to this or anything particular.
No, I just hope that they read the minutes of the RLF meeting. If they have any questions about the minutes and recommendation.
Reading the minutes, I guess, having been a participant in RLF funds for several years, I fail to see how this sort of qualifies. If you look at ineligible activities, I got a copy of the page of the policy here. To replace private sector capital lending, it's ineligible. So if the bank, if they've been refused at a bank and they come finally to us, that means that they're actually looking to replace capital of an independent investment. So we're alleviating that person or that institution of the risk, which now belongs to the town. $50,000, and plus this is also a real estate purchase. This is not a business venture that this person is participating in. It's sort of a third-party thing where this person applicant is going to own the property and then hopefully rent it out to somebody to operate, if I'm reading the minutes correctly. So,
Were we given the minutes?
well, you didn't get the minutes. You had to go on the website to get them off, and from what I understand, they just got posted the other day. So
Oh,
if you went
okay.
looking under our left one, they were late getting on the minutes, but I went in there and, as I
I
say,
see.
being familiar with this operation, I just had some questions.
Yeah, because the minutes, it's too bad you didn't have the minutes, because the minutes actually have our questions. So the committee did take the time to question the two applicants before then we went into private session without the applicants. And in the minutes, it clearly shows some of the questions that we did ask the applicants.
Can you share with us some of the answers you got?
Well, we did have some questions, and you can reiterate with me about one of the applicants who did not have funding from two banks. So one of the questions, and she's here if she wants to talk. Yeah, she wants to talk. So one of the questions that we did ask was that if she was not going to be able to have funding from the committee, would the project continue? And she's unable to continue the project unless she gets funding from this committee. And that project is to bring the Bellows Falls Diner back online. And I'll let her speak to how her dream and her vision for that. And the recommendation from, and I'm surprised that the chair's not here or Gary's not here.
He's online.
Oh,
Just
there,
jump on.
okay, just in case, where are they? Just in case I mess it up, but the recommendation from the committee on this one is outside the purview of the bylaws. So the select board needs to know that the committee did recognize the bylaws, and this recommendation is outside the purview of the bylaws, based on the committee's bylaw of type of funding and reason why they're requesting funding, don't approve, has not been approved by banks. So do you want to add to this? Because we went in quite detail in our conversation about this.
Yeah, we spent quite a bit of time on this, the significance of the Miss Bellows Falls Diner for the community, and the fact that we have a piece of real estate as collateral. Those two things we felt that they justified our going beyond the bylaws in this context.
So reading the bylaw or the minutes, it appears that the town will have first mortgage on it, which means if the loan defaults, the town now owns the diner. And then we either try and sell it, or do we open up as a cafeteria for town employees? I mean, that's sort of a fun way to look at it, but.
I think I'd recommend we sell it.
To me, those are the questions I would be asking. And the second question, one of the first questions when I was on that board was, do they have the person that's there that have any skin in the game? They putting any capital up? Because that gives them the impetus to follow through with this. Now, as I say, she's buying the property and then hopefully gonna rent it to an operator. So if the operator is not found or fails to operate, you know.
The chair specifically stated that we were not to discuss the operation of business. We were only approving the loan based on the sale of the building, not the operation of the business that's gonna go in there.
That seems weird.
And that was stated in the minutes, so,
Why is that?
can
Can I answer that?
Yeah.
I think it went back to the fact that no matter what happened with that property as far as the operation of it, it was, I can afford to pay back what I'm asking for in the revolving loan fund. So regardless of what happened there for breakfast, lunch, special events, pop-up dinners, that was not contingent on me being able to pay back the revolving loan fund. So that's why it was kind of, I think, kept separate.
So suppose you never have a tenant.
And I pay off the revolving loan fund with what the board has reviewed my financials and decided that that would be, I could afford that, regardless of the operation of
Yeah, we calculated what the monthly payment on the loan would be, and the applicant's income far exceeds that, even when you take out her personal living expenses. So also, her credit rating is very high, and her, the character is one of the key aspects of when you evaluate this. It's sort of who you take to the dance in a way. And we felt that Deb's record in the community and as a business person and her resume suggests that she's a good risk.
And I appreciate that. And I think the one reason, if you want to, I'll answer the reason the two banks did not want to get involved was, number one, I did not have paperwork to show previous income from the diner. That was not available to me. And also they were looking at that property not only as the property, but the operation. And I think that's the difference here in what we just discussed.
One question that has come up subsequently is condition property. Was there an inspection? You have a PNS, assigned PNS.
Correct.
Was a building inspection part of that?
Yes.
And if so, did it reveal any significant repairs that need to be made?
Did not reveal any significant repairs. Part of my other, part of the other business, or the other part of the business plan is to raise money for the historical restoration of that car itself. And I feel that what I can generate from that will take care of the restoration of the car alone.
Does that come from private donors or from
Correct.
GoFundMe?
I go fund it.
It's sort of the way that the Flatiron Cafe.
Correct.
Do you have a number in mind of what it's gonna cost to do that?
Over time, I mean, it's minimal to get it up and running and open. Over time, I think probably about 35,000 within the next year and a half
To do restoration?
to do the restoration on the car itself.
Did Gary have?
Gary has
to
something
talk?
to say.
Peter, did you want to recognize? Gary had his hand up, I didn't know.
Yeah, hi. Yeah, so I just wanted to just say a couple of points. One to Peter's point regarding the applicant having capital in it. The purchase is for $65,000, and the owner does have skin in the game in terms of putting capital in on top of the revolving loan. And second one, I'm probably repeating it. I got into the meeting late, but the committee approved this.
You're only getting half of what you're talking about, Gary. I don't know what's going on here.
You can pull over.
Purchase of 90 Rockingham Street as a.
Gary, I'm gonna interrupt you. We
as
can't
a-
get it. We're not only getting half of what you're talking about.
Building in
I think
shape
you
to
can
operate
have
as a restaurant and then leasing it for that. And
Gary, we're only getting
so in
half of
terms
what
of
you're
the
talking.
policy,
Oh, God.
Get it?
okay, so I guess let me try it without the camera, see if that's enough bandwidth. Is that any clearer?
That's
Yeah, much
better
better,
there,
thank you,
yeah.
Gary.
Okay, so just in terms of being outside of policy, we didn't get into a discussion of the policy in depth in terms of what the policies mean. And I think one thing that was brought up was ineligibility because of private investment, and because the applicant is seeking private investors to pay off the loan. And but what the policy says is actually the opposite. What's ineligible is asking for the revolving loan to pay off private debt or a bank loan. And this is doing the opposite. This is the applicant would be paying off the revolving loan with private investment, which is not a problem according to the policy. The piece of the policy on a loan of last resort, the committee felt that we wanted to bring that up to discussion. Because the revolving loan fund is there to help businesses that we feel are secure, a secure bet to operate a business in town and make that possible where it's not. So, yeah, so we're not clear on what that is supposed to mean and why it's in the policy, that we wouldn't want to loan someone who we felt was secure in paying it back, but hadn't secured funding elsewhere. So I just wanted to bring in those couple of pieces. The part I was sharing earlier, I think Peter had shared that it was important that the applicant have skin in the game. And in this case, they do. The real estate purchase does have capital from the applicant and some from the revolving loan. And so the committee voted to support that as a real estate purchase at 90 Rockingham Street and have first position on the mortgage. So I just wanted to bring up those points, and they may be duplicate from before I got on, but those were the salient points. Thanks.
Gary, I'll read to you the ineligible activity line, and it states to replace private sector capital lending investment or to eliminate private lender risk, which means the bank is divesting itself and they don't want to take the risk. That's what I'm going at, Gary. It's right in the policy.
Could we ask the applicant?
So that is not what happened, though. The bank application was to fund a restaurant operation.
All right, we're beating a dead horse here, but that's just my opinion. I don't know how the rest of the board feels, but.
So did you apply for a mortgage on purchasing the property?
I did, yes.
And you were not given that?
I was not given that, again, because I could not provide financials from 3 years prior. a lot of the diner stuff, paperwork.
Right, I heard you say that before,
Yeah.
but just in terms of purchasing the real estate, I
They
mean,
wouldn't look at it as just a real estate purchase. The banks were looking at it as a real estate and business combination, and that's just how the banks are structured. So I was not able to get around that component of it, and that's when I came to the board.
I you said you were gonna just live in that car. Would they give you a loan?
Residential.
I know, that just seems kind of strange, that you can't buy real estate.
Correct, yeah, correct, and that's just the way the banks work. I was not able to find between the two banks I went to. That was just, they both said.
So your down payment is 2,000 plus, or is,
Did you say that again?
how much of the total cost is this loan covering?
This loan is covering 50 of the 65.
65 is the total cost of that property?
Correct.
Holy cow,
And she's provided 15,
I see.
so she
Okay,
has skin in the game.
So you're gonna put up 15 and town puts up 50?
I'm actually putting up 25. I've got, the first part of my business plan is to get 4 investors at $25,000. That created the property purchase, created the property insurance, upkeep, maintenance, and that got it ready for an operator to come in on the backside. And left a little money to do some other improvements.
So
as
do you have
necessary
those,
over
do you
time.
have those 4 investors?
I've got 3.
You've got 3. You need one more at 25.
This group representing 2, myself, the third. And
I
one
see,
more.
so we're 2, and
Yes.
you're 1, okay.
And the operator, you obviously couldn't be in.
And I do want to point out, just as development director, that just that the building has been empty for a while. It's a hole in our downtown, and it has been for sale in the papers for a long time. And I think this is an opportunity that the committee felt was secure in terms of the owner being able to pay the loan, even if the restaurant failed. And it's an opportunity to have activity in the building. If a building's left empty, it's just going to deteriorate. So
Oh,
yeah, want to support that getting activity.
Okay, we exhausted the discussion on this item.
Yep.
We have a second one coming up. Someone who wants to make the motion?
We're gonna do these, move separately on these?
Just need to approve the loan.
We have 2 loans, 2 different loans, I don't know.
I move that we approve the loan for the Miss Bella's Falls Diner to Deborah Fox, $50,000, 4% for 5 years.
A second.
Wait a second. Any further discussion? Seeing and hearing none? All those in favor would say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Motion passes 4-1. Now, Twin Falls Training Center located at 9 Spencer Drive. In case anyone is not familiar with 9 Spencer Drive, it's the old Chamberlain building up in the industrial park behind what used to be the Lodge Motel, which is now the motel up there, over Pew.
Oh, okay.
It's Twin Falls Training Center. I guess they've been in 2 or 3 different locations from what I've been able to discern. They are using the funds for working capital and purchase of gymnastics and training equipment. The terms of the loan is $38,000 for 4% for 5 years. So, do you have any comments?
So Twin Falls Training Center already exists somewhere?
It had existed and had gone out of,
They have 2 other locations from what I
now this is a
understand.
reconstitution
Came up.
Okay.
of some of the same principles, but a different location with a different program.
A little background, the women applying for this grant have a lot of experience and a pretty significant following. Do you remember La Studio? Was that the one in Westminster? I think Cassie, Santa Pedigo, worked there for many years. Isn't that right?
Asking if she could comment.
Yeah, well, there she is, okay. So, the committee asked a lot of questions about the commercial feasibility and the fact that they have a really strong clientele already, that they have lots of expertise, and that they provided a crackerjack business plan. That was, they got assistance from some agency in developing their business plan. Rebecca, we were pretty impressed with that.
Yeah, it was quite lengthy, involved, very, very detailed. They definitely put a lot of time and energy. It was very professionally presented and well written.
I will recognize you in a few seconds. I just have a question. Did anyone on that board question the air quality because of the contamination in that building? If you're gonna have kids in that building and exercise equipment, I don't know what part of the building they're renting. I know that was a issue why that building's never been able to be sold because of the contamination in there.
We talked about ventilation because of COVID, and in gymnasiums, the amount of air and possibly bacteria or whatever that can pass between users. And they have plans to install a new ventilation system. Do you recall that?
Mhm.
Yeah, so maybe Cassandra can speak to that.
So,
Hi.
yeah, I'll call on you next. So you were aware of the contamination in this building?
No, this is the first we have heard about it, and we have had multiple conversations with the owner of the building.
Okay. Do you have?
Yeah, well,
So the unit that we're going to be located in has been empty for about a year. It looks as though it's been maintained fairly well. There's another business that's been located in that building since 1994, Natural Patches. We've talked to them a fair amount as far as being a tenant. They didn't have any grave concerns. We've talked to a lawyer who's been looking over the lease for us. We will, of course, now be exploring the conversation of any type of contaminants. Regardless of this location, just to clarify, we have not opened a business, nor have we been up and running. We have had 2 different locations that we have tried to explore, and for numerous reasons, they have not worked out. So this is now our 3rd and a very promising location, although we're clearly going to have to explore that issue. We have acquired a majority of the equipment that we will need. So our big goal now is to find our space.
and could you speak to the ventilation question?
Oh, yes. So ventilation-wise, we are going to have an HVAC system come in and check out what's already currently in there for a system. There is a large AC unit system as well as heating systems in there. There is some sort of ventilation system. However, I am honestly not educated on the topic. So I'm going to have an HVAC system come in, a company come in and just kind of explain to us what we need to do as far as creating clear airflow through there.
And you're gonna do that at your expense, not the owner's expense?
Yes, the building is as is, it comes as is. We're doing a couple different renovations. We're also looking into updating the lighting system and creating a much more energy efficient system, as well as installing fans and replacing some carpeting and possibly doing some painting and minimal things like that.
So I'm a little familiar with the building. Which you renting the whole section or just part of it?
Just part of it. It'll just be the middle section. It's 7,100 square feet.
I think the contamination is mostly in the back end of that building anyway, where all the machinery was stored or was operating. It's all oil and grease and things like that in there. So.
And our section doesn't look to have any contamination of oil and grease on the floor. We would, if that was an issue, we would acetone clean it, as well as look into just having it fully inspected to make sure that there was no health risks or concerns.
Anybody else have any further questions?
Well, how does this work? Like, if we approve this loan, and then there is a problem with the building, right?
Look, they just don't take the loan out.
Then the loan just gets
Yeah,
ixnayed.
yeah,
Yeah, okay.
charge for lack of action, basically.
So
Okay.
could I speak to the contamination piece, sir?
Well, you can try. We can all pieces.
So
We're only
this
getting
area
pieces
of the
here.
building,
Oh, yeah.
had a, this area of the building had a food operation in it and was licensed by the Department of Health. And certainly due diligence would say to check that out. But this area of the building is pretty clean and has operated with that food processing license.
Okay, any further discussion? Rick, you're starting to tentatively put your hand up.
Well, I was just wondering if the board has any interest in knowing their business background with this kind of training. They have quite extensive experience.
Yeah. Did they operate La Studio or something like that?
Yeah, it wasn't, didn't.
Was it La Studio you people operated?
I was the head recreational coach as well as one of the head competitive coaches at the studio. And I have done an extensive amount of gymnastics training through USA Gymnastics and USA Gymnastics University, as well as my business partner, Carrie, who is on here as well. And she has more extensive business experience than I do.
And the collateral would be the equipment? Do we have collateral on this?
Roughly, the minute say the lien is on the
On
equipment.
the equipment,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, any further discussion? Someone want to make a motion?
I move that we that the revolving loan fund make a loan of $38,000 at 4% for a term of 5 years to the Twin Falls Training Center.
I'll second that.
Okay, motion's been made and seconded to approve the loan for the Twin Falls Training Center for $38,000 at 4% for 5 years. All those in favor would say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, nay. Motion carries. Done with that deal.
Good luck, everyone.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Great.
Great to have you.
Thank you very much.
No offense.
Thank you.
Love it.
Yeah, thank you. I've heard a lot of parents lamenting about not having gymnastics since
One other interesting
the
fact.
studio closed.
Gary, one other interesting fact I noticed in the minutes, this may be for the members of the RLF too, is that, as you know, Scott's a de facto member, a non-voting member of that, but I noticed that he made the motion. I think it would have been some of the actual loan fund appointed people that made that.
That's what the motion's on the floor. I think the other motion seconds were separate. Right.
It's just a curiosity, because
Scott, you voted?
Yeah.
You voted, member, you're not?
Yeah, I just said the motion's on the floor for discussion.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, item 7, Greater Falls Regional Chamber of Commerce request for permit fee waiver. This is at, I assume, at the Waypoint Center?
Yes.
I believe the policy states that we can reduce the fee, but there's no allowance for a waiver. Alumni Association came in and asked for a waiver also, and we gave them a reduced rate. I think it was somewhere in the vicinity of $25.
I think this one is asking for to have one half, $50.
Right. Well, as I say, it's $25, I think, so we paid, the Alumni Association did. To be fair, across the board, if we're doing it for one, we should do it for the other.
Yes.
Because the policy does say that the fee cannot be waived, but it can be reduced.
Yeah.
So, someone wants to make a motion?
Yeah, I move that we reduce the fee for the Waypoint Center for the Old Home Days celebration.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Motion made to approve, or to waive, not to waive, but to reduce the fee to $25 per policy for their Greater Falls Chamber of Commerce. All those in favor would say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Motion carries. Melissa's been waiting very patiently with trepidation because of her item is on the agenda. Financials finally.
I'm never patient.
Okay, Rick, you're probably gonna pick on the same one's item. I know that in office, the phone and that IT stuff is really bugging me.
Yeah, the IT stuff.
The phone more so than the IT thing. I can't believe the phone cost is that much.
It's terrible.
It's terrible.
It's all because it's switched to, the voice over IP. Where is that?
The good news I did see was the recycling center, which is like one of my pet peeves,
Yeah.
is breaking even.
Breaking even.
Except for the tough nut of hauling the material away. That's
Yeah, I was gonna say, it's not quite-
$48,000
it's not quite
item
breaking
sitting out there
even.
that we gotta figure out how to get rid of that. Maybe we dump it over the bank. That wouldn't be quite right, but. But the expenses and income are balancing out. Of course, we've got, the rest of the month to go, but I don't think it's not gonna cut 40,000. We might put a little dent in that, but.
Maybe people need to recycle more. They're throwing away recyclables.
Yeah, because some of it is for the cost of recycling. We're not charging for bottles and cans of cardboard, so. Okay, Rick, you have anything?
No, Scott spoke to the question that I had about the tech support. That was the number that jumps out at me.
That tech support too should come down. One of the main reasons for that meeting was I was noticing that there were a lot of 365 licenses that we don't need, so they're going to consolidate all of that, which hopefully will bring that cost down.
And we pay per call plus the $2,500 a month or $2,600. Is that right? Or is that 2,600?
That's everything. Voice over IP doesn't have any additional costs.
Okay, so as many times as you call up with a problem, it doesn't cost us more.
Right. I think originally, when we were discussing going into this, I think there was a discussion with our previous finance director that this would save us money. I don't think that quite happened.
It brought it a little bit more into this century, but definitely it's not money saving.
Can we bid it to another vendor, or is it a sole source?
Consolidated, the
Only game in town.
or the purple,
Well, we have
or the same now.
pretty, yeah, I mean, there are,
Same.
I think they're the same
yeah,
now.
they keep
So, yeah,
changing
they're the
names,
only-
but it's basically the same.
When I can call voice over internet through any other service for free to Vietnam. We're paying all this money.
I'm gonna look at that number actually, because
It's crazy.
It is.
I feel like something isn't being, 'cause next year I didn't even budget that much, so I think there's something is not true in there.
Can we call up other towns and see how they are managing their telecommunications?
Well, I know that in Putney we switched, and that it did raise the cost, it's more expensive.
VoIP.
To do that, yeah. There are advantages, but unfortunately I'm gonna look at that. I'll let you know what I find.
Thank you.
Doing a quick run through here. I noticed recreation there, maintenance, wages and maintenance. It's almost double, better than double. Why? Do we have an explanation for that? What's going on with that?
I'm gonna figure.
It's up to 12,500, and we only got 5,400 in the budget.
What page are you?
10 of 6 of 18. About halfway down the recreation budget. Wages, maintenance.
I think it's because there are a few people that are being coded to the maintenance, they no longer work in the other areas. So those other areas are under budget now.
Yeah, he's 50, almost
Yeah,
45,000.
I know, I keep asking him if that's really where he wants them to be paid out of, and he keeps saying yes. So I'm assuming that those are being coded properly. Like, one person is no longer working at the playground, they're being paid under maintenance instead, so.
Because I think at one point, didn't we have some problems with that, the furnace up there or something?
We put a heat pump in because the furnace was not working, and that.
That's what I was thinking,
I think
that's
2
probably
budgets
some
ago
of the
now.
costs right there.
I don't think we've had a problem since, so.
I don't think these few people that are doing this maintenance is that kind of maintenance. It's more like cleaning
Cleaning up after events and.
and, light repairs maybe. Change a light bulb or something.
So that's coming out of the, what would have been wages playground is actually.
Some of it,
coded
yeah.
waste
Right.
maintenance.
Right.
So we have a contract with the Bellas Falls Trades that will generate $8,500 a year in, what do we call that, rent, or how will that be characterized, and where will that money
Well,
go?
we haven't done a lease yet, so we have to make that determination and have to come back to the board. So we didn't record any of that revenue or do anything with it for budgetary purposes until you guys approve that agreement.
And one thing you don't want to forget is that they're requesting that we provide water and electricity to their report, and that's all gonna be included in what comes off the top.
I thought they let the water thing go, didn't they?
As far as I know, how they're gonna water the plants for the garden. Bucket brigade,
Question.
and they would have to talk to the
Where was
village on
part
the
of it?
water, I would
Where
assume,
was
if they
part
wanna hook up to that water line out there. I don't even know where it comes off, whether it's school or off of Atkinson.
And is that it's our responsibility to pay for that?
It's what they're requesting in there, it's their requesting in their proposal, plus any contamination issues they want the town to take care of. So,
Yeah, but that, I think that was up for discussion, as I recall from our meeting with Scott when they finalized the, I don't think it was.
well, they're gonna have
Yeah.
to,
And the raised
negotiate that
raised
around.
beds are above ground, so they're bringing their own soil, right?
Yeah.
So the contamination issues, subsoil should not be.
But then reading the minutes, if you look at the minutes, the woman there, Stern, said that even though they use raised bed, that might still be a problem, so.
It shouldn't.
No, I'm just quoting the minutes.
All you have to do is cap under the soil.
Yeah, Bonnie's worked in this realm. You've worked with community gardens before. So you were up there.
You just cap it and then put your bid on top.
Okay, any further questions on the financials?
No, we're good now. Oh, just, I think I asked you already, the last meeting was, with our new credit card processing system, is that online at this point?
It is not yet. It should be soon. The last time I asked, he said, they will contact you when it's ready, so call me. Okay.
Good, so it's in the works, hopefully by next fiscal year, we'll be up and running.
It's supposed to be the end of
Supposed to be in
June,
June,
beginning of
yeah.
July, so hopefully.
I got a question.
We don't have to pay the 2% fee.
What about the lease on the solar array?
We still don't have that money, and the last I spoke to them, they had to do a resubmittal to the state for some access for their electric. So that had held up the final, so that was back in May. I have not talked to them this month, but I will try to see if we can get that resolved in this budget year.
And the fuel costs, you guys have already, we talked about that before, but have you sort of done a,
We forecast an increase, but I think we're all sort of holding I don't know what we're gonna see for meanwhile. Nobody is giving us even, we were trying to do something just to see if there was something early, looking at even July as opposed to when we normally do in August or early September, and nobody's giving any pricing.
for pre-buys?
And it could end up being, because the prices are so volatile, I'm not sure that people will lock in pricing. You
Yeah.
might end up on a Yeah, which is the worst of all worlds, right? We're at the complete mercy of the market at that point.
And is there anything we can do to reduce our fuel consumption?
More sweaters. Bring sleeping bags in here.
Do you remember how cold it was in here?
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about like the trucks idling. You know. I drive by town trucks and they're idling in the summertime and I'm saying, geez, what a waste of fuel. And
Yeah, I've seen that too,
Yeah. I'm just wondering.
In the wintertime, I can understand it.
Yeah,
They're
me
all
too, keep the
shoveling.
heater going, but.
And they gotta get warm, because, you know, I can understand, but I agree that there are times that you go by and there's a truck sitting there and it's just running away.
Depends on
They
what they're
don't
doing.
turn
There
them
are
off.
times when
I
they have
know
to do traffic.
why,
and
but-
because they have to have the lights on for, you know, for the safety indications, yellow
One
lights.
time I was,
So,
over at, Agway, I guess it was, and Rockingham town truck, radio blaring, AC going, windows down, and the guys are in there picking up mulch or something, I don't know what. And I made my purchase, I came back out, and the truck was still there.
Will they boogie in like the traffic control guy on 121? You see this guy?
No, does he dance?
He's boogieing, he's got something going, I don't know what it is, but.
That's earbuds.
He's not bad.
yeah, I think there might be a lot of people interested again in energy conservation. It's sort of been a while since people have paid attention, and I think these prices are gonna wake a few people up.
Yeah, I think well, there's the energy group, you know, Peter Bergstrom's group, they have interest in this.
Yeah.
Okay, we're on financials, let's move along here, review,
Not that I wanna
on
complain,
approved
but that was.
orders, bills and warrants. Do I have a motion?
Move to approve, bills and warrants.
I'm not going
Do I
anywhere.
hear a second?
I'll second.
Like, the motion been made and seconded, the second is for Bonnie, so we get the minutes correct this time. She didn't make the motion, Rick did.
I'm in.
Susan.
Susan, excuse me.
And actually, Elijah seconded.
Any questions on the financials? I don't know if anybody looked at them when they came through. I didn't see anything that stuck out in my mind. Okay, motion's made and seconded. All those in favor would say aye.
Aye.
Coming around. Agenda items for the July 12th, 2022 meeting. I can't think of anything off the top of my head except for financials again. That should be the last one for this year.
Yeah, we probably won't be
June
done
30th
with year end
finals.
yet. It'll be a soft close, because we still have items coming through until the end of the month, in July typically.
Okay.
But, you know, we'll at least have a soft close.
Anybody thinks of anything?
You'll update us on the tax sale.
Yes, we've been working with Ray's office, the notices have gone out. We did get another payment through the state program, so another person dropped off. I think we're up to 39 or 36, well, I can't remember today's number.
People who dropped off the list.
No, people that are still on the list.
Oh.
I think there's still 36 that are still going through the process.
Great.
So we're making slow progress.
Even those letters arrived, it'll.
Somebody did pay from they just paid.
The letters generate usually activity.
Yeah.
You'll see that number decline fairly quickly.
Good.
And they just went out yesterday.
Yep, moving along.
Okay, how about reviewing the agenda items for a joint board meeting? I can't think of anything for joint board, but we got a couple months to think about it then, until September 27th. Okay, other business, Bonnie,
Nope.
Roger?
No.
Sue?
That's it.
Rick?
Nope.
Scott, can you give us an update on our urine station down there? The building's almost up. And the processing on the recycle.
So do a little bit of
credit cards.
electrical work to run that, that vacuum machine that Peter we saw, the one that was in Brattleboro. So that'll be the next thing that they do, and they've been some equipment, if you remember, they have that one machine, and then after that, I'm guessing they should be operational sometime in July or maybe early August.
How about the credit card processing? I understand they got the electric line over to the.
We did get the line installed, so when we get the new system in, they will be part of that as well out at the recycling center.
And we have no bids on the famous shed down there.
No.
I got a few other avenues I'd like to explore. I'll send you an email on those.
Okay.
Maybe we'll get a pre-built thing delivered there and it's all put together. We just gotta plop it on the ground.
Okay.
I got a couple of people I know that can maybe do that. Okay. There'll be no other business. I'll take a motion to go into executive session. We will need two of them. And it'll be item number 12. Who wants to try it? Item 12. Motions. We need to vote on both.
I move to find that premature general public knowledge of
Am I allowed to stay?
Can if we invite you.
confidential
You think?
attorney-client communications
Oh,
made for
sure.
the purpose of
She's
providing
been part of the
professional legal
conversation.
services to the body
You gotta invite me and.
will
Melissa.
clearly place the municipality in a substantial disadvantage by
12.
confidential attorney-client communications made for the purpose of providing professional legal services to the body. That's the
Is there a
first
second?
Second.
Motion made and seconded. We just need to vote on this one first, and then should read the second one. So all those in favor of going to executive session for a legal update, would say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Second motion, and then we'll invite the two.
I move that the board enter executive session to discuss the, what am I discussing? Confidential attorney-client
Yeah,
communications.
Same thing.
And invite, the manager and.
Alyssa and
And
Becky.
Rebecca
Okay,
as a
okay.
representative.
Everyone's sitting here,
As a
Elizabeth.
representative of the
That
RLF.
one and that one.
Right.
Into,
Use and use.
all he does,
These guys.
into, under, provisions of Title I, Section 313A1 of the Vermont statute.
There.
More complicated than I thought.
Yeah.
I'll second that.
All right, motion made and seconded, go into executive session, and as soon as Scott turns the TV off and the doors are closed, all those in favor would say aye.
Aye.
It's
All
not
those opposed, nay.
anticipated that we'll
Motion
come back
carries.
into public session, so after this, yeah, just for the general public information, so. All set?
So good night to everybody.
Yes.
Adios.
Bye, everybody.
Record